Hello and welcome to Tomb Raider Underworld, to begin my annual playthrough for 2024. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. Welcome on in, how's your day going? So the plan is to finish this today. It's a split stream day, so after this stream is finished, I'll be taking a long break, and then I'll come back with a second stream to finish off the rest of the game. I'm only doing a regular playthrough, no special things, not collecting secrets, not doing any challenges or anything like that, and just playing on the default difficulty as well. And that'll take me 2 streams, and then that'll be the Crystal Dynamics trilogy of Tomb Raider finished, and then all that I have left after this game's finished is Tomb Raider 2013, Rise, and then Shadow as well moving forward. Mr. Goatee, you enjoying your rest day? You're glad you chose to because it's hot today and you're hoping it cools down tomorrow when you got gym? Oh dude, hopefully so. It's good when things can time like that and be the way that you need them. So I hope that tomorrow the weather will be just what you need as well. Definitely good choice to choose today, especially with heat and stuff. I don't blame you.
Hey, Lara. Find it yet?
Patience, Zip. I warned you that conveniently undiscovered islands would be scarce in the Mediterranean.
Are you sure this Eddington chap knows what he's talking about?
If he says father was convinced the path to Avalon was here, I have no reason to doubt it.
Fair enough. But it's... well, we've been talking...
You've been talking, man.
Leon, it's just... Alright, maybe Avalon is real, but just because some bad woman tells you your mother didn't die after all. I mean, look, I don't want to seem heartless, but this idea of your mum living in some Celtic underworld, it's a little bit mental, isn't it?
I have no illusions that my mother is holding court in some mythical paradise, Alistair. I only want the truth, whatever it may be. I'll ring you later.
There we go. I knew something was missing. Before I started the stream, I loaded the game up and then changed the subtitles to on, but mustn't have taken. Mr. Gote, I hope you finished Tomb Raider today and can move on to the next game. Absolutely, that's the plan. This game, while it's not a very, very short game, I can do it in 1 day's worth of streams. Hey, Mama Ara. Welcome on in. I've been going really good, thanks. Just prepping for the end of the year, getting closer to the end, and so just getting things sorted with streams and also IRL stuff for Christmas. How's things going with you? Hey, Hooper London. Welcome on in. Yeah, Lara's like, no. Thank you so much for popping in, Hooper London. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well. Really appreciate that. Hey, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. That's what was missing. This is true. So all we have at the moment is Lara can either drown or can get killed by, I think there's a shark. So what would you prefer? Actually, no, I don't think Lara can drown because she's got a, yeah, Lara can't drown because she's got a breather. But sharks we can definitely do. Just need to find one. Come on, sharks, where are you? Here, fishy, 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 fishy. There's one. It's funny, in the second Tomb Raider movie, Lara Croft actually punches a shark and then uses it to get out of the water by just holding onto its fin. Hey Godfather Al, Underworld Tomb Figure Don Legion. Welcome to the stream, dude. How's things going for you today? The Underworld it is. Last year I did some playthroughs to celebrate its 15th anniversary. Dr. Darling, sharks, always. Except when there's no sharks in the game at the time, when that gets redeemed, of course. There we go, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Mama Ara, very cool. Hope life has been kind to you. You're looking forward to pumpkin season. Christmas stopped being a fun a long time ago. All kids and all family are out of the house. That's definitely fair, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really as big on Christmas as I was growing up. It just got to a certain point where I just didn't really I guess I just don't believe in what the whole thing is about necessarily. It's one of those things where I feel like it's like Father's Day or Mother's Day or Valentine's Day. It's like, I get it, people want to celebrate the day, but it's like every day should be a day in which you can celebrate those things. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't just be, there's only a special day for it and all that. So with Christmas and all that, I'm not really religious, so grew up Catholic and stuff, but got to a point where I just didn't believe in that stuff, and so that side of things is something that with Christmas I don't worry about. But I do like getting together with family that I haven't seen for a while. That side of things is fun, and the food and everything like that. Hey Biko, how's your day going? More fun when the community does it, right? It's better without the presents. Yeah, it's great, but I don't like people feeling like they have to get me something either, because it's like people have enough things that they need their money for. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll be grateful if I get a gift and stuff, and I appreciate it, but it's not expected. It's not like, well, everyone I know has to give me a present. Not this time, Shark. Because it was because of the rest in peace Lara that I let you kill me before. Dr. Darling, you, what a sad death. Stricken down at the prime of her life. Totally unexpected. Totally unexpected. Like, I just don't know what Lara was doing. I don't know why she, did that. Okay, so I've gone to the wrong one first. This is where we need to get to. Ara, the food is the best when someone else cooks it. That's true. That's a good point too as well. Dr. Darling, you dislike religious holidays and you haven't even watched Grinch. That's definitely fair enough as well, Like, I don't think that people who do, I don't think it's something to, criticize them about, but it's just something that, yeah, I'm not really that into it. Like, I'm interested in religion insofar as certain stories, like certain movies and certain video games, but it's more from a fictional story perspective, not from a, oh my god, this is stuff that was actually real, you know what I mean? Like, obviously the people mentioned in the Bible, etc., existed. It's not that, it's just that the whole other side of stuff, it's just, Biko just got up, so you'll say if it gets worse later. That's fair enough, Biko, for sure. Well, hopefully it doesn't get worse. Hopefully it stays really good, or gets even better. I'll punch him in the nose. Exactly, just punch the shark in the nose, and the shark will just be fine with that. The shark won't come back at you then. He'll just go off. Mama, our Christmas is better when your mum was alive. It's better with family, much better. Yeah, that's fair enough too as well. That can have a big impact. The people that you spend a lot of time with, when they're not around anymore, it can definitely be, something that changes just how you feel about certain stuff. Dr. Darling, it works actually. You read somewhere that if you punch a shark in the nose it will work. Damn, well, I don't think I'm going to go in the waters to test that theory anytime soon. But that's interesting if true. Exactly, Mama Ara, not around Australia, that's for sure. Yeah. There's some things you just know not to bother, not to mess with. It's like the sharks can stay in the water and I'll stay out of it. I have to remember with this game not to try and dictate where the camera goes when I want it, because this game has a habit of just taking away your control of the camera when it wants to and puts it in spots where you don't want it yet, because you're in the middle of doing something like jumping across a dangerous chasm.
Clearly similar to early Germanic design, but this is far older than the 5th century, yet, strangely enough, more sophisticated. Proto-Norse runes. Let's see. World of Mist. That would be Niflheim, the realm of the dead. Not Avalon exactly, but the Norse equivalent.
Hey there, Arctic. Good morning. Nothing like a good morning bath and a little wrestle with the sharks to get the system going in the morning. Exactly, Arctic. And it's good to build up your defense systems by getting bitten by spiders, you know. Instead of like a weekly bleeding with leeches, a weekly getting bitten by a spider in Australia does really good. Just kidding. I'm not being serious, just a disclaimer. I don't want people going out there and getting, oh, a streamer said that in Australia they get bitten by spiders every week as a way to keep their immune system up. It's like, no. Well, yeah, I've talked about that before. Camera controls in older games are rough. They can be. The other thing in this game is that for the first time in the series, Lara, when she's using her dual pistols, can actually aim at 2 different targets at the same time. And when there's enemies that are like really small insect type enemies and you hold down the aim button, once Lara finishes killing one enemy, she'll switch to another and then another. So you might have an enemy that's in front of you and you start shooting, and then all of a sudden the camera whip pans off in a different direction to the next one and the next one. That can be very jarring sometimes, especially if you're standing on something and you want to make sure you don't actually go off the edge. So things like that can happen too. Arctic, now you're talking my game. Nah, you don't. I do it so you don't have to. Yeah, it's so funny. It's like that whole disclaimer where they had to be like, don't anyone try this at home, that kind of stuff on shows. Because obviously they have all the things in line. They got all the safety equipment and things that they need and all that kind of stuff. I press the jump button. It's a classic thing. You press the jump button just as the character's foot reaches the edge of the thing you're jumping from, so you expect naturally that the jump will happen. Sometimes it feels like you have to get a sledgehammer and smash your button on your controller for the game to recognize an input. Jeez, I don't know. Oh dear, classic platforming problems. Arctic, that feeling, it's so annoying. I mean, obviously, me saying that I pressed the button, there's no way for viewers to know that I actually did or not, because I don't have any program to show my controller inputs on stream, but it is an annoying thing in general in platforming games where that kind of stuff happens. There we go. That's better. Alright, now. Thank you. I had to press the jump button 5 steps before the edge. Arctic, oh no, Rod, you do it so you don't have to smash your controller. That's right. Very, very rarely have I damaged a controller due to grabbing it and being like aggro at the game and that. That's a good call, Arctic, yeah. That did sound like Chewbacca. Laugh it up, fuzzball. Why, you half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder. Who's scruffy-looking? Yeah, Arctic, Han Solo. Una gota solo? As Jabba the Hutt would say. Exactly, Mama Ara. That's right, damn jump buttons and damn cameras. What an annoying combination of stuff. This game came out in 2008, so we were starting to get into the realm where I think the advancement of controls for movement were getting better with control sticks, where they offered you a lot more precision with your movement and not so much of the sort of like janky aspect. That's all it was now, bro. It's just the wind. You know, the wind. Yeah, I'm blaming the wind. The wind did that. Anything that I do wrong, it was the wind. In this playthrough. Cameron. Oh dear. Alright, take 3. This Kraken thing is just trying to mind its own business and get some sleep. Dolby Act. Oh my god. I friggin' paused that installation of that. Jeez, I hate when shit like that happens. Don't you hate it when you want something to be paused on a download and it doesn't pause the damn thing? Oh my fucking god. Get off the fucking screen! Oh! Arctic, why didn't you jump right? What button does the jumping? Alright, let's try a different angle. Let's try again here. There we go. Alright. Now bro, there's that wind again. You're not wrong there. The wind struck again. Not sure, to be honest, why the bulk of AC remasters look like a downgrade.
Thor, the Norse god of thunder. Whatever are you doing down here in Niflheim? According to the Eddas, Thor needed special iron gauntlets to wield his mighty hammer Mjolnir. Could it be?
Mjolnir, could it be? Could be, indeed, Lara. We had Arthur's Excalibur sword in Legend, and we have Thor's hammer in this game. Nah bro, they seem to have made AC3 way too bright. Yeah, they've also done something to the characters' faces where it looks like they're wearing plasticine masks of their actual faces. There's just something that's off with it. I actually think the original version looks better in a lot of ways. So what is Greek honey like, Arctic? I like honey, especially on like sandwiches.
Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, was powerful enough to level mountains. But how does all this relate to Avalon?
Put your hands on your head. Turn around. Slowly.
I don't suppose you'd be open to bribery, would you?
Commander Everett sends her regards.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hell indeed, Lara. Arctic, a lot more taste to it. It's a little more high-end. In your opinion, if you don't have Greek honey, you go in the nature and make bees your pets to make it for you. That'd be good as well to have like the purest form of it too, as well. What did the meteorologist? What did the meteorologist say when the Emperor of Rome asked him for the weather forecast? Hail, Caesar. Nice one, Dr. Darling. Thank you for redeeming that as a Narnia impression. It's so funny. I've never had to say that word with the Arnie impression. Meteorologist. 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 Mama Ara, well, Laura got some shoes on. It'll be bloody on your feet, love. That is so true. Like the amount of distance and things. Like, just imagine, like, you know, in everyday life where you stub your toe on something. Like, just imagine that in a place like this. You know, like away from any sort of like civilization, away from anyone that can give you medical attention. Arctic, though, it would become North Norwegian honey, but that's good too. Oh, that's cool, Arctic. Yeah, it'd be interesting to try the different kinds of honey that there is, because whenever I've bought honey in the past, I haven't really worried too much about like what kind of honey it is, because I'm just like, I feel like getting some honey, and I just go, oh, there's honey on the shelf, I'll grab it, and just look at the price, something that's good. That was a good dad joke, Mama Ara, it really was. Yeah, I like that one. Hail, Caesar. Hey there, Afro. You know, as you finished AC2, you thought might as well replay the entire trilogy, so you're onto Revelations now. It's a weird one, you know, the way it just gives you the entire map to explore from the get-go, so you can clear the entire thing in like sequence 3. Absolutely, Afro, yeah. It's probably the shortest game in the Ezio trilogy, I would say. And I did a playthrough once to celebrate its 10th anniversary, where one of the runs was to just skip cutscenes and only do the basics of story. And I think I got it done in like 4 or 5 hours, I think. Oh, she's losing some nails and getting blisters, or girlfriend needs a sand grinder to her feet. Oh, absolutely, Mama Ara, like, you're not wrong there. And just like, you know, you're going into a location too that's however many centuries old, you don't know what's on the ground. Nah, bro, shortest and yet arguably the best in the series. It's such a really good Assassin's Creed game. I really enjoyed it a lot. Afro, we like Revelations only because of the ending. The whole Byzantine plot is kind of doo-doo. Well, I actually like the whole story. Like, the ending is great. Definitely a great ending. It's one of my favorite endings of the series. But I really like the story of Ezio at a time in his life where he's sort of questioning his role as an assassin in the fight against the Templars, and through reliving Altair's memories and seeing the kinds of things that Altair experienced, and that helps him come to the decision to actually retire as an assassin. And the idea of having like someone like Suleiman, who clearly has an uncle that has his own designs on things, but you know, he wants to try and be the best leader he can be, and his uncle is kind of like doing nefarious things, and Suleiman's father, you know, the whole conflict between the two brothers and all that kind of stuff, and how that affects him, and the heavy decisions that get made. You know, that decision that Suleiman makes to have Tarek Barleti killed, not really knowing what was going on, like not knowing that he was actually working to bring down the Byzantine Templars and all this kind of stuff. There's a really good lot of stuff in there. Yusuf as a character, the way that he welcomes Ezio, and some of the little jabs he has, which aren't serious jabs, they're just like little fun things, you know, where it's like, who is the mentor here, I wonder, you know, when he's talking about all the different kinds of stuff that they can do, like the bombs and all that kind of stuff. Nah, bro, pit can. Actually, this is how you get your beer from your beer storage. That sounds like quite an adventure. Here in Australia, we have to fight a spider every time we want to get something out of our fridge.
I write my apologies in dots and dashes. I'm fluent in remorse code.
Remorse code. Good one, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Afro, yeah, but that's the Ezio and Altair plot. You're talking about just the Templar plot that's not that interesting. Oh yeah, there's some things that I like about it, but that's not really the strongest part of the story, that's true. Ah yes, you see, very elegant design. The hook and the blade. This is true. Art Deco it is. That's why I recommend maximum 2 times a day. That's a good way to do it. Put your life on the line for getting something that can provide you with life. Alright, now let's line this up where I want you to line up, Lara. There we go. Actually, let's switch to that. I wanted Lara to grab to the thing that she fell past. I feel like I need to get a slide rule and a protractor out to make sure I'm lining Lara up the right degree of an angle for her to actually land where I would like her to land. Like, I didn't face her in that direction to jump off the rope. I had her facing the direction I wanted to, and then she did the different angle to... Finally! Also had to watch out because the game has this thing where if you swing on the rope back and forth more than too much, the game decides to change the camera angle on you. Too bad if you're just about to make the jump off the rope and the camera angle automatically changes. Exactly, Afro. The contextual cameras that automatically happen when you don't want them to. It's a constant fight in this game with where you want the camera to be. See, if you notice there, see how the camera jumps up with me as I jump up? Like, that is really annoying. Afro, curse that man who came up with those. I don't mind them when the player can decide, but when the game decides for you, and it likes to decide when you're about to make a jump, that's where I draw the line. It's like, come on. Arctico, trust you know that feeling, and there's nothing like it when some people is like, dude, you gotta do this and that when you stream, you know the feeling so much, so you do the same when you watch other streamers. Yeah, and this is the other thing too, like, you bring up something that is a good point. It's like, there are some games where, unless you know how the controls feel, simply looking at the visuals of what is going on isn't always going to give you an indicator of what the player who's actually playing it may or may not be doing correctly. And so there's this thing where it might look like, oh, the player's just not pressing the right buttons. It's like, it doesn't matter whether you're pressing the right buttons or not. The game decides when it wants to do certain things. And when you're playing a game where, you know, it's all about the traversal, it's about platforming, you want the player to be able to have as much control over the character as possible. Here we go. We're pretty much through this level now. Just need to get back to Lara's boat. Hello there, Jim. How's things going? Oh, that's great, dude. That's good to hear that you're going good. Good? I was going to say well and good at the same time. Good. Alright, just need to check something. I think on my end, in my headphones, there's some crackle. I thought it might have been just like the droplets of water in that previous area dropping down that I was hearing, but I was hearing it even in this part. I was Jim, damn, they make her look like Angelina Jolie. Yeah. Although, to be fair, she kind of had the features that Lara had before they did the movie. Be right back. Don't you love when you want to uninstall something and it takes 10 minutes for it? There we go, finally. Okay. So that Dolby Access app that I downloaded, I decided to uninstall it just in case that was causing the issue somehow. Oh, of course, the game shut down. Yeah, thank you. Jesus Christ, Xbox, what the fuck? All I did was go to the home, the Xbox home, and then go to something else. But of course, because I loaded up an app, it closed down the game. So where did this put me? I'm getting plagued at the moment for having to restart friggin' levels. Like yesterday with Legend, my laptop RAM had an issue, and so I had to end the stream and restart the game, and I had to redo the level to get to the boss fight, because the boss fight was when it messed up, and I wanted the boss fight to come through properly on the playthrough, so I had to restart a new stream. So I'm hoping now that that popping has stopped. I don't know if it was coming through on the broadcast, but it was coming through my headphones and it was starting to annoy me. Let's see where it puts me before I get off the be right back screen. Where did resuming put me? Hopefully it put me where I was, which was at the next part of the level. And that popping is there still. Although the popping is not coming through when the game audio is stopped. Might just be my headphones on the fritz, but then again... Hang on. I want to load up a different game. Afro, maybe it was fate. Destiny, as they say. Maybe. Although there are a lot of... because by that point... Because what they used to have is they used to have an official Lara Croft model that would go to conventions and do promotional material and stuff for it. And so they had quite a few, like even Sofia Vergara was a Lara Croft model at one point. But I think she was only for an advertisement that they did with some Visa card or something. So they had been getting people in live action stuff, not movie, but live action people to be Lara officially. So there had already been, like, you know, live action people who did it before Angelina Jolie, but I actually like there was even back when the movie came out, there was criticisms about it. It's like, you know, it's not true to the games, even though there's statues that come to life in the games, and there is in the movie, but that's nothing like the games apparently, and things like that. Some even had issue with the scene where Lara's punching guys with helmets with her fist and all that kind of stuff, which I get, you know, but it's kind of like just in all fun. It's not supposed to be taken seriously kind of thing, you know. But I think she was cast really well. Like, I'm not an expert on British accents. To my ear, it sounded like she did a decent job, but to someone who's a native speaker, it would probably be a different story, maybe, and stuff. Well, it's Jim, maybe, but she looks good. The graphics in this game were pretty good from what they had been the last couple of years before. This came out 2 years after Legend, but a year after Anniversary. Hey there, Lidus, welcome. Things are going pretty good. Just troubleshooting some stuff. Lidus, Xbox blue screen of death! Oh no! We're all gonna die! Just kidding. You'll probably hear some game audio from a completely different game than Tomb Raider. But I just want to test to see if this audio issue is happening with my headphones with other games as well. Mr. Gote, did you know that there was a sound app that lets you track footsteps in video games? You're like, this is a major cheat code. Really? No, I didn't realize that there was. That's pretty cool. Godfather, you have both an Xbox and a PS5. That's true, I do, yeah. I've got an Xbox Series S. Yeah, there's something wrong with my headphones. Yeah, there's crackle. Well, I know what I'm buying soon. New pair of headphones, it seems. Damn it. Yet it doesn't happen when I select things in the Xbox menu. Now, bro, get on the horse, Connor. This way, Connor. To the left, Connor. Oh, yeah, that part of the game. Nah, bro. That's really annoying. Jim overlay. Oh, yeah, I've still got that Be Right Back up on purpose. Lightest Tekken 7. Tekken 7. Tekken 7 what? Okay, so this is Splinter Cell Blacklist audio at the moment. There's no crackle coming through. Might just be on certain games then. Hey there, Wicked. Welcome. Just troubleshooting some things on my end. I don't know if the crackling was coming through.
Got some new gear he's working on.
Yeah, I can kind of faintly hear stuff.
Grim, how's the roll-up on the engineers going?
Between the SMI and the intel you and Briggs got in Denver, we were able to draw a pretty accurate map.
Talk to me about that side op that you're running.
I've been tracking the engineers' online presence. 60% of their traffic passed through one choke point, a privately owned offshore data hub.
Can we tap it virtually?
They're too good for that. We need to do it the hard way and do it clean.
What's the site?
Just off the English coast, it's a converted sea.
Mama Ara, Xbox never impressed you. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, the only problems I've had with Xbox is streaming related, when it comes to streaming directly from their consoles.
Here's the setup. You'll need to be careful on your approach. Midgley Rossington purchased top security systems, and he's reinforcing them with a strong guard presence.
Alrighty then, so now I just want to test my headset settings. Was Jim loose wire? Maybe. Never know sometimes. Windows Sonic for headphones. Okay, maybe that's what. I'll switch to stereo uncompressed. See if that does anything. Mr. Gote, was for a pair of headphones that had that Dolby Atmos or whatever it is. Oh, those, yeah. Yeah. Because I've heard of that, but I haven't really used anything like that. Mama, oh, damn you technology. Oh, it's just so annoying. Can't seem to catch a break. Oops, don't want to start a new game. Resume game. Alright, I'll take the Be Right Back screen off soon. There we go. There we go, now I'm actually back to gameplay. I think changing stereo to stereo uncompressed for my headphones in the Xbox actually helped. Okay, there we go. I wasn't sure if it was coming through on stream, the crackling I was hearing, so I just wanted to err on the side of caution and fix it. Even if it, you know, was like, if it was just for me, then I'd have to put up with it. But if it was coming through on the stream as well, then that's not good. Jim, when the 360 first came out, you got it instead of PlayStation as it was more expensive at the time. That's totally fair. Oh yeah, I don't blame you for making a decision based on how much it cost as well. Haha, what a dumbass. Nah, bro, can't believe Sony has the balls to charge $700 for the new model PS5. Oh yeah, but you know there'll be people that will pay it, and they know that too as well. But yeah, I'm happy with my base PS5 for a few years. It's because you know that a PS6 will probably be announced in what? PS Pro comes out what, this year, next year, 2026? I wouldn't be surprised if in 2028 they announce a PS6. Oh, Jim, Lara's butt hang out everywhere. That's true, yeah, what she's wearing has that effect.
Damn, it's too small. Only Lara can use it now. Until I kill her. Even that won't unbind the artifact. We're taking on water. Damn it! We'll pick this up again later. I'm very pleased to see you again, Lara. This specimen jar offers little in the way of amusement, so I've grown fond of watching Amanda suffer the effects of sharing your interests.
Jacqueline Napa, you just don't know when to die.
A trait we have in common.
It was you who told Amanda about Avalon.
Our time is short, so choose your questions carefully.
What do you know about my mother?
The dais you and she found in Nepal, it's part of a travel network, so to speak. It took your mother to Avalon.
My father thought Avalon was below, but that's Niflheim. What's the Norse connection?
Ah, Richard found the wrong Norse underworld. Your mother didn't go to Niflheim. She went to Helheim.
Where is it?
I will tell you where it is, one day. But when that day comes, you'll need Thor's hammer to get inside. Perhaps you'll have better luck finding it than your father did.
What do you mean?
Your answer is on the west coast of Thailand. Send it parallel.
Hey game, have you heard of being on a wall and then doing like a diagonal jump to the right or left? Apparently not. Mama Ara, they really are beating the PlayStation dead horse. This is true. You know, it's like whatever they're doing for like the Pro of a console, just add an extra year on top and just make it the next actual PlayStation console, you know? Biko, you're keeping your PS5 non-pro. It's about gameplay, not great expensive graphics. Yeah, and that's the other thing, Biko. You know, like it's understandable if people want the best of the best in graphics and the best of the best of the technical side of stuff, and that's fine. But for people who just want to play the games, they don't really care that much. Just having a base PS5 is all you would need. It's just like with the PS4. Like, just having the PS4 base, if you're just interested in just playing the games for the game's sake, not for the graphics. But it's sort of like, I mean, PS5, when did that come out? Like 2020? Something like that. So to be fair, it has been a few years on, but still, they may as well wait until they are ready to do the next generation. Mr. Goatee, a lot of your gym buddies are laughing at the cost of the PS5 Pro and like, let's just all get PCs instead. Here's you with 19 and 16 gigabyte card already. That's true, dude. Yeah, you've already got that all sorted. You've already got that set up. Wicked $700 reduce will seem like small change when the price of the 30th anniversary PS5 and Pro. Oh, that is true. Yeah, anytime they do like an anniversary version or edition as well. Jim, ravioli pasta for tea? Oh, delicious. That's really good, dude. I hope you enjoy it. Mr. Goatee, does Lara ever go to Avalon or whatever the place is called? She does, yeah. It's not an actual, like, alternate reality or some kind of, supernatural location or something. It's an actual physical location in the world. But she does go to where it is considered in this game to be Avalon. Or a version of it as well. Because with Legend and this game, it all is about, like, different cultures around the world and their own myths having similarities to each other that are all connected. The idea of having like an afterlife of some kind. So it was like Avalon in Tomb Raider Legend. In this game, it is what did she say? Helheim, which of course isn't like a happy place in mythology to go to, but that's where this game sort of like focuses in on. Because every blonde woman that appears now, you're going to be like, is this the woman with the staff that was in London in Tomb Raider 3? Goddamn woman could never get past her. Yes, that is a very difficult part in Tomb Raider 3. Sophia is the villain's name. And having the weapon that she does when you're trying to do a jump, she has the ability to shoot at you, which then interferes with your jump and can knock you off things. But it is so funny, Biko, because there's a lot of there's a lot of antagonists in the Tomb Raider series that Lara deals with that actually have blonde hair. In Tomb Raider 1, of course, you have Natla. In Tomb Raider 3, you have Sophia. In Tomb Raider Anniversary, you have Natla again. In this game, you have Natla again. Then you got Amanda in Legend and in Underworld. In Rise of the Tomb Raider, you got Anna. Hoopalana, this game is epic. I really do like this game, except for the camera. That's probably the only thing I would say ruins this game. But I really like the story. I like just the look of things, the aesthetic that they went with, and the music is really good too. That's right, Wicked. Yep, a free rest in peace, Lara, for chat. There's been quite a few of those. Dr. Dung, did someone say delicious? They sure did. Nah, bro, yeah, but a lot of people got PS5 late because of COVID. You only got yours last year on Black Friday. You bet the Pro still won't be able to tell you where Charles Lee is. Give me Lee! Yeah, and that's definitely fair too, nah, bro, because it took me a while to get mine. Like, I knew that I wasn't going to get it the year it came out, because just, when something is new like that, it's, in demand a lot. Jim Lol Thor makes the show up. Yeah, the big beer belly Thor turns up. That's all it was, Mr. Goatee. It was just the wind. The wind is very, very dangerous. How about we choose Classic Lara for this next mission?
None of the ruins are visible from down here. And if Father did explore this site, I see no sign of it yet.
I still don't see how Thailand is connected to Vikings, or ruins under the Meta, hell, even Avalon for that matter.
Helheim's it. Various myths use different names, but they all apply to the same remnants of the ancient world.
One of those remnants is still alive. I would hate to be Amanda if Natla ever gets free.
I would hate to be any of us.
See how janky the camera movement is? And I'm not even moving the camera myself. That's all the camera just automatically switching and changing and deciding when to zoom in, when to zoom out, when to switch camera angle, when to sort of like do a complete, sort of like, not a complete, but do a 180 against whatever direction you had it facing originally. Like, it's just all over the fucking place. Jim, goddammit, your Dallas Cowboys are getting their butt kicked. Oh, that really sucks, Oz Jim. Did you have, were you in like a betting competition for it? Like, or a thing like that? Well, hopefully they can pick up. Nah, bro, when they first came out, you heard of some guy buying 25 PS5 consoles and selling 24 for 1,500 a piece. You hope that guy's console exploded. Oh, it's just ridiculous, you know? And what ends up happening when the consoles that the scalpers are left with aren't selling by them anymore because the actual official places to buy the consoles have more in stock and they're a cheaper price. Got all these consoles, don't they, that they can't get rid of because they're way too expensive, because the demand for the console and not having the ability to meet that demand by the retailers can't be met anymore by the scalpers, because people aren't willing to pay the $1,500 anymore. Whereas when they were not able to get an official PlayStation console, you did have people that were willing to pay that exorbitant amount of money for the console. But when the console is readily available in general retailers for much cheaper than $1,500, well, you know, the scalper's going to have to reduce their price as well. So yeah, I mean, it might be short-term benefit to them getting all this money, but long-term, if they're expecting that to just continue, it's not, because eventually the demand from official retailers will be able to be met. Of course. When I activated that, I didn't have any bullets loaded up. Of course. Of course that's how the timing would end up. Wicked. Well, scalpers are mainly short-time profiteers. Exactly. Yeah, there wouldn't be any long-term benefits of it. Because it's a catch-22 system, especially Amazon, because they get a big juicy percentage from scalpers, so they let it happen pretty much. That's very, very unfortunate, you know. People being rewarded for doing the wrong thing, you gotta love it. Someone who does the right thing and works their ass off doesn't get anything. But people who just do the wrong thing seem to get all the benefits. Well, in the short term. Jim, yeah, your cousin bought NRL Grand Final tickets last year when he got to the gate. They said they were fake. Really? Oh. Hoopalainen, of course, because why not? Exactly, yeah, why not? Because of course, why not do a standard jump like I pressed the button to do? Do a fancy one that doesn't actually get you to where I want to go. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Gotta love it in games when you're going along something and you're moving the control stick in one direction and then you keep holding it in that direction, but then it wants you to switch directions before it makes you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Go home, camera, you're drunk. Jim, so it cost 300 a night at a hotel just to watch on TV. Holy bloody shit. It's gonna be one of those playthroughs. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. It's a Murphy's Law thing that applies to me a lot. It's like, I just want to do this one simple thing. Murphy's Law is like, ha! We can't have that.
The characters are Vedic Sanskrit. They're severely weathered. Bhagavati of the 7th. It must be referring to the capital of Patala, the lowest infernal world in Hindu tradition. It's a netherworld populated by snake people, although the enlightened one, Narada, spoke rather fondly of it.
Shiva and
That's
Kali.
Shiva on top, and his mistress Kali is down below.
Kali Ma. Kali Ma. Kali Ma Shakti De. That's something that it would be cool in an Assassin's Creed game to have delved a bit into. Indian mythology. But not in the way that they've done it with like Valhalla and Odyssey. I mean, like, just have it be something that is being discovered by the character. Connections and ties to it. Not literally going to a representation of an actual location in mythology. They've done that to death in the series. Shaky, oh, you're late. You never seen this one? Eager? Oh, that's all good, Shaky. That's no worries at all. How's things going for you today? This one is the last in the... well, I like to call it the Legend trilogy, but there's other trilogy names for it. But this is the final game where we play as this version of Lara, before I get to the 2013 reboot. I really like the detail how Lara gets dirt and stuff on her arms and legs when traversing environments like this. Adds a little bit of like a realistic thing to it. That whole camera movement there, the game did that. I didn't even touch the camera controls. Hey there, Moon. Good morning. How's your day going so far? Biko jungles are so relaxing with their cooing and birds tweeting. Wish you live right near a jungle. You'd sleep so goddamn good every night and morning. Yeah, those sorts of sounds that can be very calming as well. They're not sounds that are really loud and obnoxious, but they're just sounds that are natural sounding, and the volume that they happen at is very natural, and the combination of different sounds and things. Jim, what's the temple in Cambodia called? This looks a lot like it. Oh, are you thinking of Angkor Wat, I think? You're going good, Anemone? That's excellent. That's really good. Dr. Darling, until an anaconda tries to hug you. Yeah, that kind of thing would not be good. That's for sure. There we go, Wicked, yeah. So it's Angkor Wat. Sorry, I said Angkor. I thought it was Ankor. But yeah, Angkor Wat. Yeah, I think the first Tomb Raider movie, they actually filmed there for some of the scenes. The scene where Lara sort of has a bit of a respite with the monks. After that whole sequence underground with the statues that come to life.
The architecture here is different. It's similar to the Niflheim ruins.
Dr. Darling. Malaka, this isn't Minoan. What are they thinking? Oh, Jim, apparently they found another temple in the same area. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there's even some places in Thailand where Mortal Kombat, the first movie at least, was filmed in. Oz Jim, just not in the same condition. Yeah, that'd be the tough part too. Things that over time could be destroyed completely or just damaged to a point where it's very hard to be able to keep it the way it was originally. Jim, nature reclaimed most of it. That's definitely fair enough too. Imagine being the first to discover these places though. Oh, that'd feel so surreal. I retrieved 2 of the ancient Menthos. That's what they remind me of, the shape of them. Jim, think of the Inca people. They discovered most of the world at that time and there are only a few temples found. Oh yeah. Time is such an interesting thing because it's not just how much time hours, days, weeks has gone by, but also what are the actual changes that have happened in that time. Something that gets built in one part of time, what can actually happen to that structure over time, depending on different things, what things that still exist today at all that could easily have actually just been destroyed completely, because the passage of time is such that anything at any moment can actually happen. And there's so many locations that are now sort of like in ruin that at some point in time they weren't, and so much stuff happened to actually get it to that stage as well. And it can be natural things, like as you said about the nature reclaiming that temple, or it could be as a result of humans interfering with it, making changes, things like that as well. So much can happen. So it's amazing that anything that was created centuries ago still actually is intact at all, let alone, well, it's a surprise that it's still there, let alone intact in some way at all. There'd be stuff that was completely destroyed, unfortunately, that we won't see ever again. Thank you, camera. Great work. Yeah. I could totally see everything I needed to see to actually know where the fuck I was even going. Why would the player need to know that information for? I was assuming if only the TARDIS was real, you could go see them all in their splendor. That is so true. That's one of the things that the fantasy of having time travel would allow, able to tell stories where going back to a certain time in history to experience things as they were in their heyday. That's one of the reasons why I like Back to the Future and those movies, is the idea of seeing the transition that a location goes through over the years and see how different time periods certain things change, but there's also things that just stay the same as well. Technology may change, fashions may change, how things look might change. There's certain things that just never... What the actual fuck game are you fucking doing? Like, seriously. What the actual fuck? I had absolutely no idea what the fuck happened there. All I did was press the jump button once, and then all hell broke loose. But yeah, doesn't matter what else changes. There's things that still stay the same, and a lot of that is weather stuff, like, yeah, you can get different extremes of weather, but I mean to say, you'll always have weather. That's always a constant. You'll always have human nature, which is always a constant. Jim, you just wanted to meet Marty McFly, lol. Oh yeah. It's funny that one of the ideas for behind Back to the Future was that one of the writers on it, Bob Gale, one time he went to his parents' place and he was looking in their attic and he found all these yearbooks and photos of his parents when they were when they were younger. And that sort of like triggered him to think of, if he knew his own parents at that age and he was the same age, how would he feel about them? You know, and you can see that in Back to the Future because, of course, Marty sees his father back when he was a teenager, the same age that Marty is, and we get to see how he would react. You know, like, think about, it doesn't have to be a parent either. Like, think about a grandparent or anyone in your life that you know who, you know, is older than you. Like, think about what would it have been like, you know, to meet them when they were your age, you know. And so in Back to the Future, Marty sees his father as a teenager when all Marty has known him as, of course, is his father at, you know, that time of his life, not as a teenager in school going through stuff as well. So it's interesting how things like that can give people ideas for creative stuff if they're working on something like a movie or a story. Oh, Jimin saves his mother. That's true. That's true. What the fuck? See what I mean? Like, sometimes it feels like the game is possessed and just wants to do its own shit. Whatever game. As much as I'm complaining, there is stuff about this game that I think is really great. But the camera just deciding to do whatever it wants when it wants at any given time is not one of those things. Like, I just want to do something simple. See that camera movement there? I didn't do that. The game did it. I don't know why it did it. Where it put the camera was not in a very good, convenient spot. So we need to make that move down so we can put the items that we collected into that one, and then the one on the other side as well. And then raise them back up so the beams of sunlight can shoot through them. There goes one ancient Menthos. Jim, which would be your favorite Back to the Future? Definitely the first one. I like the sequels. I think they're really good. But that first one is the one that I think is the best one. And I really like in that first movie how you have this whole idea of wanting to make changes to something in the past to change your future. And the great thing the movie does too is it shows you how life is for Marty and his family in present time, and we see how Doc Brown is like in present time, but then we get to see what those characters were like when they were younger, just like Marty gets to see what they were like when they were younger for the first time, because he obviously wasn't born when they were younger. So there's this whole sort of like thing that the movie does great, where it's not just Marty himself that is seeing these characters as they were when they were younger for the first time, but we as the audience are as well, you know. And it's just this idea of going to it, even though it's the same world, it feels like going to a different world in the sense of going out of your normal everyday average life into a whole different version of something, you know. So it's that whole idea of a character going not only into the past to see people that he knows in present time as they were when they were younger, but it's also the location that he's living in too, and seeing that change as well. Things that in his time period in present time have gone a certain way, and he goes back in time to a year in which so much stuff happened which led to how things were for him in his present time. And it's also interesting the changes and the differences that happen based on his existence in the past when he goes to 1955 from 1985. And there's a really cool thing where, as a side effect of him helping his father regain or gain confidence in himself, that has a ripple effect on how things go. Now obviously the second one, basically when it comes to the alternate version of 1985 that gets triggered by Biff, in that version of 1985, everything that was good about how things ended up for Marty at the end of the first movie are completely taken away. His father's dead. His father was actually killed and shot dead by Biff, and his mother ends up being coerced into being in a marriage with Biff, because Biff is so powerful and has so much money in this alternate 1985 that he's able to have control over as many people as he wants to, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But that's all in the second movie though. But how the first movie ends is really cool because it changes things in a way that doesn't ruin stuff. Like, it's not like he causes one of his parents to get killed and then there's like this whole bad thing. You know, all these things sort of get fixed. Now, they don't actually show it, or they don't even say it, but I wonder too, did Joey, because Marty, when he sees Joey, as a baby, when he goes back in time, obviously being a baby, Joey hasn't gotten arrested and gone to jail yet. So we don't actually see at the end of Back to the Future 1 whether what was being done by Marty to help his father, which had the ripple effect of changing how not only his father's life was but his mother's life as well. We don't get to know what happened to his Uncle Joey. That's just one little loose end that we don't actually see, unless in the novelization of the movie there might be some scene where we also see Joey. Maybe Joey, instead of going to jail, ends up having a successful business or something, but we don't see that part of it. But yeah, they're just some of the things that make me think that the first movie is the best one as well. Jim, yours is the one where Doc Brown goes to the Old West. Oh yeah, Back to the Future Part 3. Yeah, that is a cool one too as well. It's really cool to see the 1885 version of Hill Valley and Mad Dog Tannen, and all that kind of stuff. And Marty's like anachronisms, like when they ask him what his name is, he's like Eastwood, Clint Eastwood, because he knows that Clint Eastwood won't be born for another century or so, or however many years. Maybe not, I don't know, but anyway. So he uses that as his name, and what he's wearing is just completely out of any sort of like context of what they were wearing. He's kind of wearing the kind of like romanticized version of the cowboy outfit and stuff, whereas when he goes back into that time period, he sees what they were actually wearing and stuff. Nah, bro, Jesus Christ, you disintegrated Einstein. That's a great moment too as well. And I think I remember they were saying in a behind the scenes one time, they've probably said it multiple times in different places, like audio commentaries, interviews, conventions, on their websites, all this kind of stuff, but they had to make sure that the audience knew that the dog didn't actually die, because there were some audience reactions when the movie first came out that people thought the dog had actually been killed, but the dog hadn't been. It had just been transported from present time to, what was it, I think a minute or two into the past or something, and it just had to, I can't remember the exact amount of time, but the dog survives. The dog actually doesn't get killed. "94 years old, Oz Jim, Clint Eastwood. That's definitely a great age to get to. Like that's a long time." I was just thinking too, at one point they were going to do a Dirty Harry video game, but that fell through at some point. I was always curious to see what it would have been like if they actually did a Dirty Harry game. Born in 1930. Damn. Yeah. Thank you, game, for crashing. Thank you very, 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 very fucking much. Thank you. Sorry about the noise. Okay, it wants to be a fuckhead. Alright, now we quit the game and then go back in it. There we go. Any more technical issues want to fuck my bloody channel up? I'm trying to run a semi 1% professional outfit here, and technology is like, fuck you! I'll use this opportunity to get a drink. Downloading save games for me is like the amount of times you load up a game on the Xbox 3, like on your Xbox, that's an Xbox 360 game, and it loads up fine, but then all of a sudden it needs to download your saved game data. It's like, can't you fucking remember the saved game data that you already fucking loaded when I loaded the game up before and never put the message up? Dr. Darling, Xbox doesn't like CRUD. It definitely doesn't, dude. Although, to be fair, I've had crashes on the PlayStation 5 as well. But still, it doesn't help when that kind of stuff happens. Who knows where I was up to and what I'll have to redo again. Thank you, game. That's definitely fair enough, Dr. Darling. No worries at all. I hope that it goes well with the physiotherapy. Cloud saved games. Alright. Resume game. Now, where does it go? Where's it going to put me? Hopefully there was a checkpoint or something. I mean, I heard the checkpoint sound go off when the last time it popped up, but the question is, where was that? Because I can't remember. I think it was near where I was up to when the game first crashed. Oh my god. You have got to be fucking kidding me. I have to redo this whole fucking part again. Like the whole part. No, Jim. Definitely didn't kill someone from China in a past life. Mr. Gote, nope, because 360 doesn't like to remember things. Exactly. Why do you want... Why should the player want things to be remembered, you know? Maybe I don't have to redo everything I thought I had to. Or maybe I do. Yeah, I think I do. Dr. Darling, for a moment you thought your Windows was about to crash when you heard that noise. Oh, I don't blame you at all for thinking that. Sorry about that noise. It's definitely not a pleasant sound to hear. Sounds like a mechanical whirring kind of noise. Exclusive to the Xbox. Camera, what the fuck are you doing? Like, seriously, man. Another example of how this game's camera is just amazing. Hello, Enmita. I'm going pretty good, except for the fact that I've been fucked over by technical issues again today. I just had the game crash on me. But apart from that, I'm going well. How's things going with you today? Jump up. Jump up. There we go. Cheers in, Mita. Yeah. Yeah, and now I have to redo a certain section all over again because of that. Going well, just arrived at your workplace. Wanted to say hi before you start your shift. Oh, that's great, Mita. I'm glad that you're going well. I really hope that you have a great time. Hope that work goes well today. No worries at all, dude. I'll be streaming for about, roughly like probably an hour, maybe hour and a half. So hopefully I can get through this level without the game crashing again. Oh, I did not. Whatever, game. Fine, fair enough. Whatever you want to do. I'm just the player of the game controlling things, but whatever, fuck me, right, huh? Thank you so much for the good luck wishes, Enmix. I'll definitely need it the way things are going. See you again soon. Now I can pull this lever to trigger this. Hello, Con. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome to you and your raiders. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's having a good week so far. I had the game crash not long ago, so I have to redo a whole chunk of a section. Pretty rude of them to spit on Lara. Don't mind the screen throwing that message up. Whenever I click off the Xbox app window, they programmed it to not like you doing that. Because forbid when you're using something on a laptop or a PC that you want to actually open up a different window or something. Not allowed to do that apparently, according to the people who did the Xbox app. There we go, Con. There's a shout out for you. I hope that Last of Us 2 was going really well. I hope you had a great stream. Hey there, AC. Cheers to you as well. And thank you for using the bits to do that emote size. Welcome on in, AC. How's things going? Exactly, Biko. Definitely. Make everyone comfortable, that's for sure. Hey there, Chaos Gone Wrong. Lara Croft indeed, absolutely. Yeah, I'll be doing the other trilogy, the reboot trilogy as well, but I won't be starting that today though. But the next Tomb Raider game I'll be doing is the 2013 reboot, and then Rise and Shadow as well, because I'm doing a Tomb Raider marathon, my annual one that I do. So I've gone through Tomb Raider 1 through to Angel of Darkness, and then I did Anniversary and Legend, so Underworld today, and then when I get to the end of this week I'll know for sure when the next Tomb Raider stream will be, because I'm trying to get these games done before October starts, because I've got a big whole Halloween month of stuff planned on the channel. So hoping to get the Tomb Raider series done, if not before the 1st of October, but at least not too far into October as well. So I'm going to try and do those reboot games in one stream per game on one day each, so I can try and get all that done. Biko, you're going to play Last of Us 2, but COVID-19 scared the absolute nanas out of you, seriously. Oh, well, I definitely don't blame you, Biko, for that. You know, it's definitely understandable. What I might do is set this up first, because you can actually move this around into position, and then that way when I get back to this point again and I make the beams of light shine down, then it'll also trigger the rest of the puzzle to complete. So I think from memory it's that one there and then this one there around the other way. Yes, I'll have to move that other one slightly to make room so I can put the other one across there and then bring that to this side. Thank you, camera. Or have I got them? I might even have them in the wrong place. Now that I think about it. Oh man, I hate when this shit happens. If it's not right, I'll fix it later. Con, hey thanks, yeah, had fun working on Permadeath Challenge. You always love my annual marathons. Well, Permadeath Challenge, I've seen the first game done with that kind of challenge in mind. I can only imagine, because that game, the second one, from what I've seen of it, it feels like it's a longer game than the first. So I can't imagine having to get through without dying and then get to a certain point and have to restart, especially if you're getting close to the end of the game. But that's good that you had fun, Con, as well, and I'm glad that you enjoy the annual marathons. There'll be one more Tomb Raider game that I'll do a playthrough of before the year is out, and that will be for the 25th anniversary of The Last Revelation.
The architecture here is different.
I'm going to skip this because, well, I've already seen it on the stream. Because this is part of the section that I have to redo since the game crashed. Chaos, nice. Yeah, it's been good to go through the games in the series again, and for the first 3 games I used the remastered version, but I switched to the old school graphics for the run. And I do have Anniversary Legend and Underworld on PC, but I was having some issues getting Anniversary to actually run the way I wanted it to, so I decided, I'll just stream the Xbox versions. So Wednesday I've got Assassin's Creed 2 to finish my playthrough for its 15th anniversary, and depending on when I finish the stream and if I'm still wanting to stream, I might also do a Watch Dogs stream on that same day on Wednesday. But if not, I've already locked in Thursday and Friday for Watch Dogs, because my intention is to try and finish Watch Dogs on the Friday. So if everything goes according to plan, what will end up happening is this Saturday will be Tomb Raider 2013, Sunday will be Rise, and then Monday, the last day of September, will be Shadow of the Tomb Raider, so that on the 1st of October I can start with Alan Wake 1 with Horror Month. That's the plan, that's the hope, but I don't yet know if that's what's going to happen. It all depends on whether or not I get Watch Dogs finished. If I don't get Watch Dogs finished on the Friday, then I'll have to do a Saturday stream of it. Okay, so you've only watched playthroughs of the newer trilogy, you're yet to buy them yourself. Oh yeah. Well, it's good that there's like the collection. Depending, like, I don't know if there is for PC, but I know for consoles there's the you can buy the collection of them. I think they're separate installs, but you can get them bundled as well. Okay, so we still have a fair way to go before I get up to where I was when the game crashed. Yeah, Chaos, and it's the Definitive Edition versions as well. So you'll get all the extras that were added with those versions. Come on, enemies, I know you're there. I know there's some... There we go, there's the lizard thing. It's such a shame this camera is the way it is, because that's the only real thing that gets in the way of me being able to play this game in a way that is satisfying to me, because it can be so frustrating when you're trying to, like earlier, for those who weren't here, when swinging on a rope, if you swing back and forth too many times, which you might naturally do because you're wanting to make sure you get enough momentum, the game decides after a few movements back and forth to actually change the camera on you. And what can end up happening is the moment you are about to press the button to jump off the rope, the camera's already changed on you, which can be very jarring and throw you off, and then cause you to actually not make the jump. Because in the meantime, what's also happened is the alignment of what you were wanting to swing to has been messed up. So I really feel like, I don't know if it can be done with mods for the PC version, but I think being able to actually change how the camera moves with Lara, because if you notice, when Lara actually jumps, the camera actually jumps with her as if it's tethered to her. Here we go, we've got the Ancient Menthos again. Yeah, Chaos is just so frustrating. Because sometimes you just need to make sure that Lara has enough momentum to make the jump. The last thing you need is the camera changing on you just as you're about to actually press the jump button. And it was cool that Lara can actually now aim at two separate enemies at the same time with her dual pistols. But the unfortunate thing about that is when it comes to smaller enemies like bats, you can get to a point where the camera is just going all over the place after each bat is killed, which can be jarring as well. Maybe a field of view change is probably what the game needs as well. Maybe with the camera. I don't know. I don't know how much leeway modders would have with that kind of stuff with this game. Okay, so we're not up to where I was when the game crashed before yet. Still a little bit to go. So with the reboot trilogy, when I do get to it, usually it probably takes about 7 to 8 hours to get through those games. But when you're a streamer as well, there's a little bit extra time that gets put on. So what I'm going to do, and with the 2013 game it just affects the combat difficulty, I'm going to actually change the difficulty to easy just to make sure I can get through the game in one stream. And then when I play Shadow, I'll be doing a New Game Plus playthrough of it. So it'll just be purely the story. I would have liked to do a challenge. If I had more time, I was actually going to do a stealth challenge with Shadow of the Tomb Raider, because last year I did one for Rise of the Tomb Raider. But I think I'll push that to next year, because I want to do my Assassin's Creed and Tomb Raider marathons earlier in the year next year. So doing that would actually give me enough time to do a stealth challenge with Shadow of the Tomb Raider. The one with Rise of the Tomb Raider, the stealth challenge, it was very tricky, but mainly it was very tricky in the part of the game where Lara is under the glacier and you have the enemies above, and they've dropped smoke grenades, so there's smoke everywhere, and they use laser-sighted rifles. That was a part where I tried for a long time, testing different things, and it just got to a point where it was almost impossible to actually get through without being detected at all, just due to the nature of the whole thing. So I made an exception just for that part. But that was probably, from memory at least, there might have been another tough section in Rise, but that was probably the toughest part of doing a stealth challenge with Rise of the Tomb Raider, was that part of the game. Up we go, and jump across there. There we go. So in this game they introduced the ability for Lara to actually climb up on top of the poles that she swings from, which I like that addition. If they ever do remasters of these games down the line, I think it would be good if they actually added that for Legend and Anniversary as well. Okay, so we step on this to raise one of the arms of the Shiva statue. Well, the Shiva and Kali statue. Shiva is on top, and then Kali, his mistress, is underneath, upside down. So now that we've lowered that, Lara can then go and put one of these ancient menthos, as I actually call it, into that socket, and then we'll see on one side at least if my alignment of those mirrors down there actually are in the right spot for this side. Afro, I think you had a more annoying time with Valhalla stealth challenge once. Their GPS detection system, oh yeah, exactly, Afro. Yeah, the whole thing where there was an enemy I wanted to kill with my bow, and I shot, but I missed, and they went to investigate the spot where I shot from. But in the meantime, as that enemy was making their way to that spot, I had already gone to a completely different position on a completely different angle to where I was before. And when the guy got to where I was before, As soon as I stood up out of the bush to aim again and shoot him, he detected me. I was like, sure game, sure. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Con, for leaving the lurk. Thank you so very much for that. See this camera here? That's why it gets jarring when you're shooting, like different things. There we go. Oh. Jesus Christ. Man, I do the same thing that I usually do, which is I press the button to use the grapple on that part. And I hold down the Y button, which is what you're supposed to do if you want Lara to actually go down a wall, and yet that happens. Can I manual save on this version? Probably can't. Oh, I can. Oh, that's good. Alright, so let me see. Alright. Just in case the game wants to crash again, because it's close to around this part of the game where that happened. See? You're supposed to hold the Y button down, yet pressing the Y button is what made Lara stop holding the grapple. There we go. Finally, after 800 years, and yep, I put them on the wrong side, cause of course. Oh well. Alright, while I'm here, I'll fix that. Maybe I just positioned it wrong. Yeah, that's all that I did. I just positioned it wrong. It was on the right side, just in the wrong spot. There we go. Alright, so I'll use that as an indicator to roughly work out where I need to keep this. It probably won't be exactly pinpoint accurate, but it's alright. Oh my god, game. Prompt, there we go. Alright. Prompt to jump up, there we go. Alright, cool, we got all the prompts. Afro, the only potential thing that stops you from replaying Valhalla is that you have to play that stupid minigame for that one cultist clue and you can't remember if you can kill him even without it. You can't, Afro. Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the Order members that you cannot actually find in the game world until you actually find that clue. I'm pretty sure anyway. Which is completely and utterly ridiculous, of course. Okay, so up we go here, and then we do a few swingings on the poles. To move that down. I'll wait until that gets put down into position, and then let go and drop, so I can push the block under the scale to prevent it from going down all the way, which will keep that hand in place. There we go. Now I can actually put the other ancient Menthos into this hand. Afro, you know it's that guy who plays an instrument in that very first settlement you come across? Oh, is it? With that Viking woman ruling? Yeah, I mean, maybe you can deal with him then. I'm not too sure. Like in Odyssey, you didn't have to get a clue for the cultist before finding some in the game world, you could just come across them and kill them, and then the game was like, cultist clue found. Alright, so we are now able to pull this from out of here. Alright, so we're definitely past the part where the game crashed before.
godlike strength came from. This was here long before the Upper Temple was added. Proto-Norse runes again. My son, your treasures here and far, this gauntlet's twin, your belt Megingjord, and the mighty Mjolnir, are protected by the dead to keep Jormungandr subdued. But the map's been destroyed, and recently. If one of Thor's gauntlets was here, it's gone now. What's this? Natla, I see your goal and am your puppet no longer. Richard James Croft. Father did this? RJC. Strange. Father never used his middle initial in monograms to avoid confusion with his father. That's where you hid the artifact. You sly old fox. Now, if I can just make it back to the boat.
Ouch. Can't cheese that jump.
And I am Thor no longer, it seems. I wonder how he charged it up again.
Find anything?
There was a map, but Father destroyed it.
Well, the acorn certainly didn't fall very far from the tree.
He did it deliberately, to keep the information from Natla. But I'm sure he recorded everything first, and what's more, he found Thor's other gauntlet.
Where'd he put it?
Right under your nose.
My apologies, Lady Croft, but I have not tended to the crypt.
Why didn't you ever tell us this was down here?
Yeah, I wish I still didn't know. You know what? I'll wait up here.
I did warn you that playing your music so loud could wake the dead.
Damn. This is creepy.
What makes you think it's here?
Father signing his name with all 3 initials was a clear reference to my grandfather. Light, please. Well, it seems my father was full of surprises.
Be right back in a moment. Alrighty then, I'm back. You don't have to do it, but I wanted to have Lara's outfit for this level be the same that it was at the start of the game, because the way this story is structured is at the start of the game they show you an event that happens further into the story at Lara's mansion, and actually play that, and this is the outfit that she's wearing at that point. So just for this playthrough, I thought I'll have Lara wear the same outfit so it matches up continuity-wise, because what we're playing now leads up to where the game had us at the start, and she was wearing this outfit. But you don't have to. You can choose whichever outfit that you want her to have, which takes it, it sort of, puts it out of continuity, because she was wearing this outfit at the start of the game, in this portion of the story, when you first play the game at the start, but having her wear something different doesn't match up. But you don't have to make it match up if you don't want to.
Hello, Lara. Here in this room is everything we recovered from Bogavati, Thailand. Be especially careful with the thralls. They managed to kill 6 of us before we boxed them up. They were protecting one of Thor's gauntlets and a map showing where the rest of his treasures were hidden, all of which are necessary to open the way to Avalon. The Norse believe this site contains a powerful weapon, and to safeguard against this possibility, I destroyed the original map. I hope this was not a terrible mistake, but if it was, I hope you and your mother can forgive me.
I'm not moving the camera, by the way. The game's doing that automatically. Another good example of how the game's camera is just all over the place, causing things to go in a way that you might be in the middle of trying to do something and it switches camera angle, which then changes which direction you have to hold the control stick in. But it doesn't like to move it in a good spot for you when you really need it to most of the time. Like being able to see what you're trying to do a back jump to.
That didn't last long. Oh well.
Alright, so now we're getting to the point where what we saw at the start of the game is about to happen again. Well, it's about to happen for the first time for Lara, but we've already played this part at the start of the game, before it switched to however many weeks earlier than that. Which is this spot right here. This is where the game starts off.
I know!
Drop it, Zip, or I'll drop you.
What, so you can shoot me again?
It wasn't Lara. Why would she set fire to her own home?
She got into the vault. It had to be her.
Is that what happened here? Someone blew open the vault?
Alright. Say it wasn't. Someone who looked a hell of a lot like you opened it using the retina scanner.
Impossible.
Exactly.
Then what happened?
She got away with Amanda's race stone.
Where's Alistair?
We haven't seen him.
I'm going to the tech room to watch the security video. You two get out before the roof comes down.
See you.
Alistair, hold on!
See you. In Avalon.
Damn it!
No. What the hell was that thing?
I've only seen something like it once before. A doppelganger that Natla sent after me years ago. That one didn't have a mind of its own.
But how could Natla have sent it if she's Amanda's prisoner?
They're a team of sorts now. Amanda and Natla, her pet Atlantean god.
What are we going to do?
After I deal with the authorities, I'm going to southern Mexico to retrieve Thor's belt.
What? Alistair's dead and it's just business as usual?
I need Thor's belt to get his hammer, and I need the hammer to kill a god.
Indeed, Lucas. Burn, baby, burn. That's the mention. All on fire. Yeah, Hooperlan's like, no. Sucks that Alistair gets killed. Wicked. Fun timing finished Batman Arkham Asylum 100% and found out that there are allegedly new Arkham game in progress. That's true, yeah, I heard about that as well. Because you got that VR Batman Arkham game that is coming out, or it could be out now, I don't know. But then there's this other game that they're working on as well. I think the best thing that they would have been better to do after Arkham Knight, they should have done Batman Arkham Beyond instead as their next project. But I wonder if they're going to do that for this new game that they've announced, or if it's going to be just something else as well. But I don't know. It's going to be not that only Kevin Conroy is allowed to play Batman in video games or anything, but if they're going to try and go back to having Batman and Joker and stuff, and it's not going to be a sequel to Origins. Like, if it was a sequel to Origins, then that would be understandable, because then they can get away with having someone else voice that character, because we've already had someone else, i.e. Roger Craig Smith, play that version of Batman in those games before. So he's a known kind of like element. But if they're going to recast someone else again, yet again, and they're going to try and set it after Arkham Knight and not have Kevin Conroy, I don't know if it's going to go well. They'd probably be better off actually just doing a whole new universe of Batman games then. But they need to use the Arkham title, because if they don't, then they won't get the same eyes on it necessarily. Nah, bro, Jensen Ackles does an awesome Batman. So what did he play Batman in? He's done a couple of the animated movies. I probably haven't seen the one where he played Batman in. I remember seeing Batman Under the Red Hood, and I think he voiced... Did he voice Red Hood in that? Or did he voice Batman in that? Oh, he was the Red Hood in that. Okay. Yeah, so I've seen that animated movie. Biko, you probably like Batman's ethos better than Spider-Man's, but swinging from buildings to buildings is great fun. Biko, why has it not allowed that? Oh, for some reason it considered, in your context, you used it as being misogyny. Batman feels more serious and to the point than Coochie Coo Spider-Man. But I know what context you're using it in, so don't worry about that, Biko. It's all good. But that's just the word that AutoMod flagged. But I know what you mean, though. You mean, like, Spider-Man as compared to Batman is more sort of like, I guess, family-friendly, or doesn't hold back too much on... or holds back a lot on certain themes, you know, whereas Batman explores that. But then again, I'm sure there's probably some Spider-Man comics that explore a lot more, you know, serious and more sort of like, you know, themes and stuff. But Spider-Man is more softer than Batman. Yeah, so that's essentially what Biko was saying with that comment. Nah, bro, yeah, some Spidey comics get dark as shit. Yeah, that's the thing, like, the characters have been around for so long that it's not all just hunky-dory, light-hearted, you know, sort of like stories. There'd be a lot of stories where there's a lot of, you know, really violent and heinous crimes that are committed that Spider-Man, you know, has to deal with, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Biko, misogyny, how do you spell that word? Not heard that term before. Please text it. Sure. The screen will just throw that message up because I'm clicking off the game window. There we go, so that's the spelling of it. Because oh yes, you've seen that before, but never known what it means. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's when someone says something that is derogatory to a female, and the opposite to that is misandry, where it's something derogative said about a male. I think that's how you pronounce that word. Stan misogyny. The misogyny. Biko, which makes sense why that comment was disallowed, lol. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, when I'm analysing that kind of stuff, it's more about context as well. And so, the term you used, coochie coo, it's kind of like, you know, what... It's like baby talk as well. It's like, coochie 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 coo, you know, that kind of thing. So the context you were using it in, though, I know what you were actually implying, like you weren't, you know, context is definitely something that matters a lot. Stan, a famous nanny from Ireland that make their own luck, like a certain Shay Cormac. Lucas, those darn Irish nannies. Biko, which bots don't always get. That is true. Yeah, you still need to have a human pair of eyes look at what's being said and also look at the context as well.
The Mayan calendar had only 360 days, and the remaining 5 were the unnamed days. The Maya believed that each year when the unnamed days arrived, the gates to the Underworld would open.
Just checking something for a moment, just so I can work out how much game I've done versus how much is left. Yeah, that timing should work out well. Okay. Because of course.
Mayan hieroglyphs. The place of fear. It's definitely Xibalba, the Mayan land of the dead.
you can literally get to a point where when you get back to here, if you don't have the same kind of statue head that's already here on this one, which you need to put on this one, you have to backtrack all the way back from where you came to go and pick it up from where you missed it from. Where it gets shown, the camera will show where it is when you get near it, but if you're doing something else at the time, like quickly reaching over to grab a drink next to you, or maybe grabbing something to eat, or whatever, you might miss the camera showing you, and then you'll just think, oh yeah, I'll just continue on. And then you get back to this point, and then you're like, hang on, how do I progress? And then you go, oh, I'm missing the statue head. And then you have to go back and spend all this time trying to figure it out. I've done that before. I was playing and I decided to look down to catch up with chat. Not that it was chat's fault or anything. I naturally wanted to make sure I was keeping up with chat. So the moment I looked down at chat was the moment that the camera in the game showed the statue head, and I completely forgot. And then when I looked back at the game screen, I just kept on moving on, and then I got all the way back to this point and I was like, oh shit, I missed the statue head. Biko, and if you get your saves wrong, you've got to go back further. That is true, exactly. That's another good point too, Biko. Yeah. Speaking of saving, or save files, this is from today. Yes, we want to overwrite that save file. Alrighty then, so this is actually where I'm going to end this stream, but I will be back after a break to do the next stream because I want to finish this game today. This is a good spot to put it because what's left after this whole area is pretty short, relatively. It'll still take me a decent chunk of time, but the stream probably won't go as long as this one did, but maybe it will. But in any case, this is where I'm going to actually call it a stream for this first one today, and I'll be back after I take a long break. Alright, so currently this is what time I have for me. Alright, so what I might do is say that I'll go for a break for 1 hour and 40 minutes. That way I'll be able to start the next stream when it's 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. as well. So I just want to thank everyone for watching the stream. I really do appreciate that. If you can't make it to the next one in that amount of time, 1 hour and 40 minutes, that's completely fine. Different time zones and stuff, it might be really late for you, or you might have things to go and do, so that's no worries at all. Thank you so much for watching this stream, and when I get to the next stream, we'll finish off the game, and then that'll be this game done as part of the marathon, and then after that I've got 3 Tomb Raider games left to go through, which is the reboot trilogy as well. Thank you, Biko. I definitely will have a nice break. Biko, you up to anything nice or just jobs? Yeah, it's a good opportunity to get things done, like if I've got some cleaning to do, or if I've got some IRL stuff to take care of, or if I want to, go and get something to eat, if I want to do, sort of like a bit of shopping or something, so it's a good opportunity to use that time on a Tuesday. See you at 9 E-Tone? Absolutely. That's awesome. Before I end the stream though, just want to give some shout outs. Pico definitely gets some nice noms. Oh, absolutely. That's for sure. I love delicious food. Would like to highly recommend people check out AC, who has been doing some Grand Theft Auto 5, Arctic Smash, who has been doing Full Throttle Remastered, and Mita, who's been playing through Skyrim, the Special Edition version, Lidus, who's a big fan of the Mortal Kombat series, Mr. Gote, who streams games like Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, as well as Elden Ring, Shaky, who has been doing some WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, and The Last of Con, who has been doing some of The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. Would like to definitely recommend people check out those channels if you haven't before. And I'll be back in 1 hour and 40 minutes to continue the playthrough to finish Tomb Raider Underworld. Thanks again everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. Catch you in the next one.